Hello, chat. How's it going? I hope you can hear me well. So, how many guys are already here? Yeah, welcome to the art review stream. It's already the fifth, and I think I enjoy it. It's quite nice to help people. Even helps myself, and everything I say is taken with a grain of salt, as always. Just my opinions and nothing personal. So we have quite a few things to review. It's nice. Some of you already in the chat. I think Anonymio, it's you, the first one we have. Yeah, same name. So let me see. One more. Yeah, this one. Oh, right, you're right. It's it's kind of difficult to spell his name. I think it's Japanese. I'm not sure he's already here. Yeah, the number. That's it's the barriers of language. With signs, I don't know. I have no idea what it means. But it look nice. And he's not in Discord. He's not online. In Japan, there's already like I don't know. What is it? 10, 12 hours ahead. From must be like 6 in the morning. So I think it's leave it open for maybe another time. I'll just give some feedback anyway. Yeah, then we will be with Anonymio. Anyway. So this comment is for the first, I think. I started to be more active. Hold on. I need to change some settings on the display. It's this one. Standard. Okay. Started to be more active on drawing, digital painting, and need your feedback. one studies how you start shape color or shape then color, or sketching then wait shape then color, sketching then shape and then color. So this is my 4-hour studies. I started by general shape and now adding shading into it. I think that's right. When it look weird, I fix right on and keep shading. Maybe going to details too soon. Yeah, that is often an issue. If you go too detailed too early, can be a real pain and lead to unexpected results or inconsistent paintings or drawings. So I guess this is the reference you used, like something from another artist. No? Yeah, it looks like from like a game screenshot or game character. Not sure. Yeah, and then there's not much in the background, just the gray. So this is the first step or first, and then this. I think I can come. This is what you got like 2 weeks later. Yeah, but in in hours or in time, how much you spent? Looks like you spent some time on this and then already started with the details and even more details on the hands and the head. And quickly can become hours and hours you spend on details. Yeah, but it looks like you had already spent quite some time with, and there's already, it's quite rendered out somehow. yeah, as you said, early, as you wrote, how to make studies and how to start, and yeah, that you already go into details too soon. That's surely the case here. I think when it is looking at these stages. So yeah, the general shape is always good, and try to be as uh, go really rough first and refine shapes and correct them. I only really have the main shape of the figure, the head, the limbs, the pose. It's almost like a only can be a few lines to define. Looks like you you did some like just a gray the base shape, but not not really sketching it. Just the figure. The the weapon looks like you sketched it out. A bit more like line art, and you have some. Maybe it's easy to pick colors or the shading. Yeah, but I would. It's kind of really has a lot of details going on in this one, so it's kind of rough and it's not really good quality or sometimes hard to maybe figure out what's. But anyway, it's also that maybe the lightning. There's not much lightning shadowing going on here in this reference. Some interesting things with lightning or yeah, with the skin, and it's almost like diffuse lightning, and there's some light coming from the top or left side. It's kind of weird light out from the reference, and that's I think I don't know, it's an experience thing maybe, or just a tip that you should look for figures or screenshots or something that has more interesting lighting, can make it a lot easier to. Oh, Mashilak rated with 13 persons. Welcome. Thanks so much for the host. I'm just doing an art review stream for followers and friends. They can post artwork on my Discord. Yeah, hello, welcome. We just started with this is the first review I'm doing for Anonymio. Just trying to give feedback and help. So as I said, this reference is kind of has some nice parts, but also that it has no background. There's not much going on, just a figure. So in terms of values, if you want to practice values, lightning, I don't know, shading, it's kind of really rough, hard, tough reference you have to start with. That's maybe something I would consider. also that it's cut off. I don't know. It doesn't really matter, but it's the lightning, and we can already see. I mean, yeah, with this diffuse light, it's really hard to capture it or to model something that has like the same values almost all over the place. It's not much light, shadow is a bit here, but it's not much. And at the end, I mean, if you want to practice figure and positioning poses, it can be, you can practice without just going mad with details and shading, just practice anatomy or the poses and foreshortenings and all this stuff. Just try to copy it and not trace it, more trace it from the eye. Make a copy, maybe make a few quick sketches that maybe just 5-10 minutes, 15 minutes. Make loads of these, and then with the shading, if you want to shade a version, then you still can pick one and maybe and also really quickly shade out a bit like you did here. Started with a gray and then, but there's not really a lot of shading going on, it's just black. And this next step shows even more like you try to sketch it out a bit, the clothes and the stuff on his body, but still the base shape and positioning you didn't get right. So, and if it's only about shading and practicing rendering a figure, you still could like put a layer and trace it just to have the lines. And then if it's only about practicing shading, you don't, not drawing the figure, you can even like trace this figure, and then you can make copies of it and really try like not a lot more than 15 minutes to shade just the basic, find the basic values. This almost like for this light part, and then I would start with a dark background you have here, like trying really to copy it. And you choose a light background, then it's really hard to, maybe this this gray is like the same, around the same value, but it looks darker because the relative to this color, the dark background, and this is brighter. It's kind of hard to see. Hello, Shindik. Thanks. And maybe even go, as we can change the reference to grayscale, so it's easier. And I think for me the most part is it's not interesting. I wouldn't have interest in rendering this because it's all one mess, and then there's this, the head and the arms are maybe the most interesting. I don't know. I think there would be a lot more, just maybe the same, but with a lightning from the top, really, and shadowing going on. But anyway, it's a type of figure that has lots of details on it, so it's kind of hard to find maybe something that's a good. And yeah, if you look, you have kind of the basic, the shape kind of is similar, but there's really a lot of stuff that's still, and I mean it doesn't always have to match 100%. That's, this arm is upward, this is almost like downwards. It's like these little things that at the end matters. His shoulders are much wider, like compared to the head and his shoulders are too small. And if you don't get the shape, the base shape, and also the pose not correct, you can render it how good you want. It doesn't matter. It's still at the end not working, or something is off, and then the more detailed you already go, it's hard to change later. So it's always, no matter what, in many art forms, and it's always, you go really, start really simple and rough and go more detailed, but on the whole thing, not just the head, and paint that out. Just try to refine the shapes more and more in every part. You should treat every part the same. Give every part the same focus, and kind of in the same style, and that's only achieved if you really work, not rapid, but a certain pace, and really first sketch it out, and then go more and more detailed. And maybe make in that time someone who is really into it already, maybe more, and can, knows how to do it. He can make maybe like 100 such studies in maybe 10 hours, 20 hours. One study 15 minutes, or maybe half an hour. But I wouldn't, if it's just for practice, there's no need to put hours into it and detail too much. And if you, yeah, if you start really rough, and gradually work out the details, it's like at any stage you kind of put layers on it, like a new layer of detail, new layer of detail. And at any time it looks kind of not finished, but it looks kind of okay and good, and it can also help to motivate finish, and it's consistent, and you can decide to even go more and more and more to like really realistic. But I mean, there's artists that are doing this, and like really sketch it, draw the figure, like really the lines almost perfect, and then start rendering from top to bottom. I mean, it can work if you really know what you're doing, and but still you have to kind of keep a process, or some things are really simpler to first go rough and then start, like, look for these big shapes and place them in a value, like really paint in a painterly style. Maybe only have a rough line on a layer over it, and then underneath you paint this stuff. And don't really just on the big details, and not really go too far. So that's what I think. It's, yeah, you should try, be more loose, be more fresh, and really keep a pace, and don't focus too much on little details too early. That's really an important concept, I think, to that many are struggling with, or do not doing it correct from the beginning. It's always, I also have my issues sometimes going to, love to go more detailed, and then but I always try to really go over the whole painting, and not just in little parts, and then the next part and then you end up with something you can't change. Maybe some parts look different because you rendered different. That's really dangerous, and some artists do it with experience, they can pull it off, but just because they practiced a lot, and maybe, but still at the end, sometimes you can see it, that it's not consistent, and to go really realistic, it's always then with figures, it's so little margin for errors, that it kind of, the head looks too big, too small, it's, or something in the general proportions aren't right, upper body is and that's always something you have to just keep an eye on, and then zoom out, look at the big lines and shapes, and stuff like, his shoulders, just have the, see this, I don't know how in English, trapeze, I don't know, this rectangular shape. It's always these things you have to, I mean, the head you kind of got right, still the hairs are a bit different, and also, simplifying and abstracting shapes, it's something that just sometimes you need just to make click in your head that how it's best to simplify something, and what shape, yeah, trapezoid, whatever. There's always like this, sometimes also shapes in between, negative shapes that, and then you try to copy them and not look, oh, this is an arm. You just see basic shapes. And when you nail this more or less, then you kind of draw it out from this stage. That's how figure drawing, if you kind of know how the anatomy of humans are, you can sketch them out from imagination if you practice a lot. It's just imagine how is the position, how is the perspective, just by putting simple boxes, spheres, and I mean, it's the exception of some artists that can maybe just draw the figure perfect, but usually it's just a lot simpler to abstract it and then go from there, refine it. And then put a layer underneath it and start shading, and that's also something you start really rough, and it's also a lot about comparing where's where's the darkest, where's the brightest, and like this on his clothes and the hair, and something on this, the lightning on his hand. And then you have the range from the brightest part and the darkest. That's kind of the range you put the other values in, like mid tones. Yeah, I think this gray could work like for the basic, and then put in the light and occlusions, yeah, kind of the half tones somewhere with the shadows. Yeah, so detailing just too early, and it's never a good idea. Yeah, so I hope this just give you some input and keep it up. I mean, it looks nice so far, but it's not necessary. You waste a lot of time and energy in something that's, yeah, I'm doing an art review stream for others. Yeah, okay, then Anonymio, is it okay? Do you have any questions? More questions? Yeah, I usually I stream when I paint. I just stream because I think maybe some people are interested, and I'm not interested in streaming like maybe others do with talking and interaction. I just like to focus on painting, and that's sometimes, yeah, 8 hours long stream, and I don't like to talk. But I found maybe some review stream. It's nice to have some help people, artists, other artists, and talk a bit about art. And yeah, just keep it up. I would just, yeah, suggest to make some quicker work that just maybe an hour at most, because it's always good to push yourself, and just be don't be afraid to make errors. Doesn't have to be perfect and already perfectly rendered. You just lose yourself into these details too much, then and lose the overall view, the big picture. Always keep the whole thing in view and in mind. Yeah, just break it down into parts you can manage to draw or paint easily, and then it falls into part, and sometimes you don't need to do much. You don't need to add a lot more, maybe just details here and there, and then because rendering out every little detail perfect, it's also exhausting, and sometimes difficult. Okay, so the next one is sin. Yeah, thank you for sharing. I don't know if sin is here in the chat. Is he? Uh, oh, sin draw. Hello. We have this nice painting. Just copy this over. It's so nice if you open a new document from the clipboard, it automatically opens it, and in Photoshop you always have to paste it afterward. So thanks for the opportunity. If you have anything to say about my piece, I would be, yeah, what do you want to hear? It's nice, awesome. Thanks for sharing. You did good. It's nice colors. So like a lot going on with really vibrant colors. Almost like a rainbow. How to do it better? These look like some pre-made, some from a brush or something. The flowers. Hmm. And this is a lake or something on the right side. Looks like tried some reflection. Yeah, so it's a nice format also, like white screen. And I kind of like that it's really, yeah, vibrant and there's really flashy colors. Also some nice stuff going on in the sky. This silhouettes and this tower or city structure, kind of. And the colors, they're not bad, and it's like they're fun to watch. Yeah, the colors are nice and vibrant, but very pleasing. Yeah, I had some problem with the lake and the water. And then you tried some give like some light and shadow parts. And so kind of painterly style and fresh. It's all nice, and I think maybe it's overall it's maybe too much. Uh, Something like this is the main, this castle or what it is. It's like the main focus, or it should be. But all these bright and shiny, these vibrant colors are kind of distracting the the main focus. That's maybe something to consider. I mean, there still could be some parts that's really there's really vibrant colors, but maybe use them to guide the viewer to this structure. Use it cleverly in a way. There's also some light parts here, and there's really high contrast. There's also this red contrast with the blue green. It kind of takes away the attention from what's going on in this part. I was like, the sky and the structure is really has something, is light and has a toned down, not very chromatic colors, more like in the gray, they saturated and blue. The blue is kind of contrast, and then you have all this really flashy green, red, yellow. That's kind of you can say it's like a contrast, kind of works, but still think it's maybe too much, and you can try to just use it really subtle and just in a few places. And this lake, yeah, it's hard to say it. I don't know the shape. The shape is kind of weird. It's almost a perspective thing. This goes upward. So yeah, also speaking of shapes, then or the perspective. That's maybe the next or another thing that's kind of I mean the basic and then the base, the shape and then the composition is nice, and I think it's good. Could be that you just need more defined shapes. It's almost like going too still stuff happening that's weird or not readable. This hill here is nice, simple. Also this hill and how it comes all together in here with this pathway. It ends, kind of stops really abrupt. It's like really a sharp and clean edge you have. It's almost like it's going uphill and then there's something behind, and then somewhere becomes this tower. And I don't know what's the intention and why. It was the first time that I try rightful composition and try to work more about this. Yeah, but is this on the hill, or is it? It's almost like on this line. For me, it's like it's going backward flat. There's no the street or the path doesn't end at the tower. It's in the front, and I don't know what was the plan. Maybe it also just it would require maybe just a little, not this really horizontal perfect line, maybe a little, just little hills could already help break it up a bit. The city is more low than the hill. So it's kind of like behind it. there's I had a link to the Discord in my Twitter, my tweet. I can post an invite. And these birds, they kind of look. There's also a large group of birds here. They kind of look weird. I don't know what. I think they're not even needed to just. Kind of hard to say, but too much bird. I don't know. Maybe they need just maybe 2, 3 bigger ones. They're kind of in a strange way placed, or maybe just 1, 2, or 3. 3 is always good. And maybe also don't need that much birds. I don't know. Maybe personal preference. And then because this is more desaturated, and it's almost like an atmospheric perspective going on here. And there's some structure here farther back that's also visible on this side. It's almost like it's not realistic, or it's more like kind of style. I like it. It's not. Could ask if this could be like this, just a bit darker blue, maybe, or is it? Should it be darker than like to make this tower? Maybe I just like it also that it's bright. And then I think one big problem of the whole thing is that there's kind of different styles. Do you use some brush that pre-made with some shapes, looks like, or you try to make these flowers, and this painterly, almost like it's we have some textured brush, and we have this silhouette style, and there's really a smoothed. I don't know, you used airbrush or you used a blender. It's like really smooth parts. It's really hard stuff, and it's really hard to balance it and make it work. So if you go really mixing stuff, it's really hard to kind of produce a harmonic and balanced And also the consistency of the whole painting kind of gets rough. And it's really easy to lose it. To If you start using many different brushes, you sometimes you'll just lose the control, and it's more the brush that's doing something than yourself. And you have to be really careful, because some brushes are to just have a different language, and some if you combine some brushes, it can look awful at the end, and we have to be careful. But overall, I think it's a nice try, a nice painting, nice colors. There's nothing really that's, yeah, you're on the right path for would just do as much a lot of such paintings, and always try to sit back and zoom out and really go simple. Don't use too much brush. Just two brushes, maybe some mixer or blender brush, but be really careful to not, yeah, treat some parts completely different and than other parts. And that's easily, you lose it easily if you use many different techniques and brushes. So I mean, it's all, I don't know, it's not, is it finished for you, or is it a work in process? Yeah, I would just try to find one or two brushes that are like painterly, have some texture, you have some control. Because if you master it and get comfortable with a brush, and or maybe try find a process where you really only, sometimes I also use just the airbrush to shade something, you find the colors, and then just try to define the shapes with another brush, maybe an oily brush, or a dry or a wet brush, and kind of use the same brush over the whole painting. It's it's almost like, yeah, too many. It's just in some part that there's just too much going on, and then all like these really bright colors sometimes. I don't know, I can make something. Can I use this? I'm just trying something. Maybe it's not. Yeah, the lake water is always really tough, really hard. I'm just trying to simplify it a bit to see. Because water is depending on the lightning, the direction of the lightning, direction of the viewer, observer, and what's behind it, what's reflecting. So it would be like, I don't know if there would be some highlights or much reflection from the sky because of the hill. It's, and it kind of has to be I mean, I'm using the airbrush. Maybe it's not the best to in this case. I'm not sure. I mean, it's kind of weird position I have with this tablet. And for me, it's like this path. This could be a little more narrow, or really have more perspective going on. I mean, I don't know. Maybe simplify also this a little more. I will really emphasis on this shadow in the front. That's a lot of my paintings. I have this style. I like and then it just put these simple shapes and values and colors, so you still can like play around with and really keep it simple. Don't go too much, and then you still can and maybe it could be that there's some like this red, pick up this red in the front in the shadow, so just a quick and it doesn't always have to be over the whole place, just in it could also be on this part, but too much balance on each side is never good. Yeah, I'm still doing, this is a review, I just overpaint. And then this is kind of hard, maybe I should just add, make some hills here. We am taking too long for this, but I don't know. Maybe I'm destroying it now. I'm mad artist. Just because I thought it's too clean, this line for, I mean, you have some, could be almost like a style thing, and with this hard shaped edges, but then I still would make some, like, not really, just straight. Yeah, it's just I'm trying something to, it's maybe easier to explain, maybe easier to quickly try to show what I mean. Because something like this hard edge is really tough to make it work if it's not the style really of the painting, because you have then some really shade textured stuff and then soft stuff going on, and then these really hard edges. You always need to find a way to break it up, maybe with trees, or maybe just with a blender that's I mean, I also have some textured. Yeah, but it's technically painting digitally with all this kind of brushes you have. It's kind of hard to make good, consistent paintings. You really have to know the tools and practice with them. It's not just you pick up a new brush and then it's working, or you have the control you need, and you really have to find your couple brushes you can you practice a lot and rely on, and you can make consistent work, and can be in like hard shapes, and then with a soft brush, airbrush, shading it, and adding really sharp details with a brush. But then it's always good to have it consistent through the whole painting, and not in one part using this brush and the other. It's really tough. Some brushes are really powerful, too powerful. And flowers, maybe just add a layer at the end and add them so you can change them and move around, and so you have the base landscape with the grass, and put the rest on a new layer can also help, and then you're still flexible. What I wanted to try something like adding maybe even more I don't know, I'm trying to kind of tone it down, and to have more focus on this part. And yeah, quickly, I mean, you see the difference. I mean, mine is not, it's not perfect. It's not just to show that how noisy and loud this stuff, all this stuff here. You have to really take it back a little, and maybe only these ones here, and some here. Okay, but it's a nice, really cool painting you did. Awesome. Yeah, you still can add details and get lost in details when you kind of have the all the basics, and all the colors you want, and just going too early with little flowers, and just maybe not needed already. Just the idea, get the idea, and then try things out, and at the end really carefully put the details, that maybe some grass, and flowers. And always be careful that they're not too far away. I don't know, if you want to go really like this hard edge sharp stuff that some of these brushes, like this foliage, then you maybe also have to adjust this tower a bit, make also some sharp shapes. That's maybe also I don't know if this is some hills in the background, or some clouds, and also there it's sometimes maybe too soft. I mean, you can mix soft and hard stuff, it's possible. Just overall. have to be careful to make it work. Where's my... oh, now it's working. And it's not easy to paint landscapes, as you might. There's so many things you have to be careful, and it's all about the contrasts you create. Also, looking at it in grayscale sometimes can really make a difference. And I think maybe all the values are kind of the really good, and so with all this shiny, vibrant stuff, it's missing. So it's completely different from colors sometimes, because the reds and greens, they're kind of really strong colors. Yeah, it's not really clear that if they're hills or... yeah, but I hope you have some ideas you can try out. I hope I could help a little bit. And keep up the good work. Nice. Just work toward being really simple but defined. It's kind of nice style. Can do really nice stuff, really simple. So is next one the team is... are you in the chat? Are you there? We have this nice painting from team, I don't know. He's not in the Discord. Oh, he's here. Nice. Also, and you have like to get some advice on composition, arrangement, and how to go about using more right brush textures to improve the piece, making it more stylized. But what do you mean stylized? Just some different brushes and textures you think give you more style? You painted this on different layers, no? A kind of oily brush. Is it using Krita or paint tool? Uh, I mean, it's nice, but I don't know the color, the color theme, the blue, orange. It's really simple, but it's a nice contrast. It's always working. This kind of cyan, blue, orange, and black. It kind of draws you in, and this warm fire. It looks like from a photograph. Then you reference this from a photograph. Also the car and her, like really fine details going on here. I was spotted earlier. Maybe some brush strokes on it. It's maybe something that's compared to almost like a little bit different language. The texture work on her that's different from this painterly. The strokes are really visible on these parts, and there's some really sharp and defined shapes on the car. I think it doesn't require a lot more or much. Maybe just be more consistent. And in some parts there's maybe some more details required. Like underneath the car. I mean, even smaller on thumbnail. Isn't that visible that much, but when I have full screen or looking really like also this I don't know, is it snow? Is it from the sparks from the fire? Are really sharp. If you go really this far with with really sharp edges and shapes here. So like lasso, use the selection. And that's a good technique with painterly textured brush that still have really some shape, but it can kind of be too sharp compared to other edges that sometimes you maybe also scale something and if you, I mean, comes down to these small things at the end, and it depends how far realistic and detailed you want to go, want to push it. It's almost like some parts, language, or it's different, a little bit different texture or style. And that's really something hard to balance or find out that a good balance throughout the whole image. And maybe sometimes it's just too, yeah, also in this fire that there could be, when I compare to this figure, everything could be a little more defined and should be less or more details and refined, but less these painterly strokes. That's kind of, in itself it's okay, but compared to some, yeah, mostly to her, it's not quite there. So the background and then the car, maybe it's just her that's maybe needs different. And that's always dangerous when using or combining different things, maybe even photos and collage stuff. You do photo bashing kind of stuff and then painting. Or using many different brushes, then it's can get a mess of different texture and kind of feeling of the brush or the strokes or the and sometimes you can fix it by using maybe an overlay with texture or using some filters that you add some grain, some grunge or something really small that can give some grainy effect, or something like texture filter that's also a little smoothing out the really hard edges. But yeah, I think it's good. It's nice, a nice painting, nice values, and the colors are great. And can't use my mouse. Why? Okay, now it's working. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't really require much to just maybe just define some parts a little more, then can make a huge difference. doesn't require much, and then the farther you get, the harder it gets to really find out where is what is needed and where. And compositional wise, I mean, it's good, it's nice. I don't have much to add. Maybe also the emotion and story behind it. It's not. I mean, the composition, the simple composition is kind of working for that, and I don't think it's bad. Anything. It helps it's kind of really objective view of a scene that's it's almost like cinematic, although it's portrait format. And the fire and smoke. Yeah, you have this horizontal direction and the vertical world. There's nothing really. I don't know how we could improve it a lot, or I don't know. It doesn't require something like dramatic, dynamic perspective or view of the scene. I think it's working like this. I don't know, maybe there could be more light on her, probably. Like some rim light from the. There is some. You had to have put some in on here arm, just. Yeah, maybe just something. I don't know. To kind of connect her to the fire. I don't know if it doesn't matter that much. Maybe it could be a cool element. But overall, the composition is nice. Nothing seems like off. I mean, what you have to always think about and look at is where is she standing and where's the car and how there she's overlapping. There's this line in the background, so the perspective is also clear. It's like eye level. It's on somewhere here. Nothing spectacular, but at the end it's about the dramatic scene and the colors and. But what you can ask maybe how could you emphasis and push this more. I don't know. There's not much elements you can. Except the smoke, maybe. The smoke have you can play around, but and she is just standing there. I don't know. It doesn't need much. Like she's just standing there and looking at the fire. It's not she's freaking out or she's. It's simple and effective. It's nothing really to complain, and maybe it's about telling something, a story, and this is cool. It's nice. Yeah, it's also like the cold and warm. It's like you can look at it for hours, and it's just like sitting at the fire. It's nice and warm. I mean, I could question like, is it really necessary to show the whole car like centered? That's, I don't know, maybe. But at the end, it's the same scene, the same theme, and then thing. It's just it doesn't require a more dramatic composition because it's already the subject and the fire is already the thing and the contrast and then the dramatic. And yeah, I wouldn't use more brushes. I would just stick with them. And if consistency is a thing, it just helps to make the whole painting one thing. And as always, it's good to mirror the painting, get a different perspective. Sometimes then you feel like something in the balance is off. You kind of spot it easier, and then you kind of try to correct it, and then I think it's maybe the most powerful tool. Look at the thumbnail and look at swap it. Maybe then you feel like this should be more on the left side, and but yeah. looks also funny in grayscale. Yeah, great job. Thanks for sharing. Do you have any questions or something you want to say? I could even live with this cut. Yeah, as soon as you use many different brushes or use some maybe some other copying some photos or like photo bashing is easier if you have really the same style of photos from the same scene, same theme. Like if you have many different photos, different kind of style, then it's really hard to make it so you don't see it anymore. And maybe just also make her using, so you see it's kind of rough like the rest, and it can help that. But overall it doesn't change composition, it doesn't change colors, it doesn't change the story. It's just about getting a consistent language and texture, or how it's painted. Yeah, so thank you for sharing. Hope it could help a little bit. So how are we doing time? What? Already 2 hours. What the Okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let's see. Vin Saber. Is he? Are you in the stream, Vin Saber? Yeah, no problem. So welcome. No, Discord is just for everybody. If you catch invite link, I sometimes post on Twitter, or yeah, mostly on Twitter. I posted one earlier in the chat, like 1 hour ago. No, it's everybody's welcome if you catch a link. I posted on Twitter and earlier in the stream. So is Vince Saber, is he here? Is he? Maybe he's already gone, or can't find him. Can't find him in the chat if using the same name. Hmm. So is Sudo in the chat? Is Sudo here? We have this nice painting. This nice cartoonish. Sudo is here. Is he not in the chat? Sudo or Winsaber or Miri would be the next one. No, I don't make art challenges. It's just was for fun. More like I gave a topic, something the people like in the beginning, like study type stuff. But then I posted this and nobody took the challenge. Okay, Mary Dude. Mary Dude. You're here, nice. Is this. Ha. So, shall we do this next? Maybe. And you have. This is a character portrait I have been working on for a while and on and off. Like some advice. General quality of the rendering head is closer to a finished render, the bottom half is not. Sense of character and generally what works and doesn't. Fabrics and clothing, something I just started learning. Yeah, but you did great. Awesome rendering. Well, so her nose is color. Is she a character from something? Like her nose is scratched off. Kind of freaky, spooky. She's your original character. It's ripped off. Crazy. Horror. Would freak out my daughter. Mix of it's kind of a hard contrast. And in this kind of like painted anime style. I think you did a great job, like on the shapes and the general rendering. It's kind of hard, like there's no real background. It's also what makes it even more freak is like it's like with this big clothes, but she must be really tall and like skinny. I don't know. Like really long. Yeah, that's something. Maybe that's a little bit off. I don't know. I mean, it's not obvious. It kind of makes it freaky with this long arm clothes. It's almost like they're too big, but looking at the feet, it looks like it's her size, but the arms uh, from the clothes are too long. it's kind of freaky, spooky. I don't know what's going on with this. And it's funny and spooky. And she also has elven kind of spiky ears. Also simple, the color theme, this is nice with the pinkish, reddish and yellow, the warm colors, the blue. And I mean the rendering is nice. I don't know what you could. I mean close and then the whole thing with the foldings and stuff isn't it's quite hard to make it look natural and but I think yeah it's of course it could be more in some parts still there's I don't know it's hard to say because I don't know how far you it looks like you focus on simple things first and then shapes and then the shading it's nice it's well done. Yeah it's fabrics and then it's kind of hard to how far you go with stylizing and or how you go more realistic. I mean you have this kind of shadowing reflection in the hair, it's all really anime sort of style, really stylized shading. So I think it works with how you're shading the rest of the rendering the rest of the figure. I don't think it's needs a lot more. You already have this kind of worked out and yeah, it's mainly the size. I think I don't know. Doesn't it doesn't really matter that much. But that it's you put your figure into background or maybe just you see something the ground so she's not floating. That would be even just a simple shade, gradient in the background, and then indicate some shadow on the floor. I think that's mainly maybe still missing or something that could help the figure to stick out a bit more. And this neutral gray, I mean, even could be like this, but more just the ground. She has contact to something. Now she's just floating in the air. I think that's could really help. It's just these small things that doesn't require a lot, but can make a huge difference. Just to yeah. just the soft shadow doesn't really. Just some. It can be really fun to put your character. It doesn't need a lot. It can really help put your figure there. It's something a lot of artists kind of miss out because they're afraid or they don't really consider adding that. And because it gives it a place where it is, and helps to make it stick out. I mean, helps the volume. Now she's there standing, without the shadows. She's just on a paper, stuck on a paper, floating. And it's often, artists that do character work or portrait think it's not needed, or I don't know. And even though it's stylized, and then it doesn't really matter. You can add so much. So quickly. It's not. And it's really something you learn in art school. It's something that many new beginners kind of don't consider. They just put an object and render it, even though like really good and perfect, but yeah, it's kind of missing the important the part that can be the context, can create a contrast to the what's on there. So maybe some color that's contrasting this purple, this bluish, instead of the gray. Maybe add some light, just some stuff in the background, because I don't have it on a different layer. It's kind of hard to. Because you always have this line, it's the same contrast, kind of. I mean, it's more bright, but you have this line. So it's the same gray in the background. It doesn't give you much. Much contrast or variation to play with, even just a line. Can I use this? No, wait. Forgot this. Wrong layer. I think it's more such things, the small things that can really make a huge difference. Just the feel of the character, the volume, and kind of make it pop out. Can also be stylized and yeah, at the end the rendering. I don't think you need a lot more than what you already have. I think it's good. It's you have the basics down, the shapes and the light. I mean, even it's stylized. It's clearly visible and readable. We can try more also on. I mean, fabric is really hard, and if you go really detailed or realistic, the texture or the material of a fabric is really hard to simulate. You really need a lot of practice and use a lot of reference and make studies and in this kind of style it's just about having some lightning, some direction, some shadowing going. I wouldn't try. I mostly use soft brushes and then maybe airbrush to have shading, and maybe use masks and layers to have a basic shading of maybe a whole. Yeah, I think like you did already here, and soft gradients, and then use this maybe on a new layer or on the same. Sometimes just some small details, and then it's working. It doesn't require. Maybe sometimes even with a textured brush, adding some small indication of details is enough. You don't have to paint it all. Like still these things here, it's I don't know. Maybe have them. I don't know what you have in mind or what's the plan. Yeah, work with airbrush and mixers and blender brushes to. And the good ones are the ones that have some sprinkles or texture maybe. That can also, if it's not really just really smooth and flat, like digital can be really quickly, but can become like, I don't know, strange, too soft, and also adding maybe a filter with grain at the end can also help to add this to the whole thing. And I mean, now we have this shadow. And also keep lines maybe on a separate layer and paint underneath and use the line layer on top, and then at the end try to remove it in some parts to make lines, make them thick and thin and have some dynamic. And that's really just a lot of style question and how much you're comfortable with, and a lot of practice and because there's a lot of inconsistency here already with the lines. You have kind of drawing and painting in the same. But yeah, really nice. Still, you have some. It's all in the same style. I just want to say this. Yeah, maybe still it's a rough and you're in a working progress in these areas, so I can't really tell. But the ruffles are taking a while. Yes, there's a lot of stuff going on, but there's nice shapes and overall it's going in good direction. It's a lot of work on this small detail, so really find a way to define it really in a simple way. And I think a lot of these artists, anime and stuff that they do these characters, they use a lot of layers because it's hard to paint with all the line work and stuff on one layer. So, and then at the same time it can become really complicated if you have too many layers. But it can be a real time saver and a real good tool to separate the stuff and work on them separately and have masks, and so you can it's really hard, this style, to have it consistent painted, really like everything painted with one brush, and it's kind of hard. And I think you are on the right side to make it keep it simple first, the shading like you have here, and then like have a gradient first and then shape out some highlights with smaller brush, and then go maybe a little smaller, add some texture, add some, like at the end, and what am I missing? I'm using so like having some. My daughter's coming home and in the background from a party in the school. The last day we have vacations now. Yeah, I think you should just keep it up and I also love this stuff going here and your feet are good and there's no really just really details and small stuff. I would if I would work on this, maybe change or work on it. It's really just about the little stuff and detail to get them right, and still a lot of work at the end to make it really. The farther you go with details, the harder it gets to not overdo it or mess it up. So always keep it simple stages, one layer of detail after another. And you're on the good way. Nice. And then sometimes at the end, like line work can really make also a huge difference. Than like some dynamic in the line, and maybe some parts even remove the line, maybe. Depends how much what you like and what's your style, and doesn't always have to be all lined out, and the silhouette and the shape doesn't have to be, but yeah, keep it up. It's cool. I like the colors. Freaky character you have. So, uh, who's gonna be next? Winsaber and Sudo is, I think, they're not in the chat. No, they're still, they didn't make it. That's really a lovely figure. Doing great. Yeah, thank you for hanging out and keep it up. So who's next? Design Sunset is he in the chat? Yeah, sleep well. Who is Windsaber? Ah, oh, Windsaber. Yeah, I didn't see. This is this one we have open already with the thumbnail sketch, I think. That's no problem. Uh, we have to quickly make a quick break, just a couple minutes, if you don't mind. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, Wind Saber is a work in progress. Two main characters are the Pegasus and the man below. I wish to use sculptors for cutting the edges. A sense of height and a sense height and tension. So change many things, but there's a feeling that something really wrong because of the lightning or because I put free space, cut free space in my work too much. Mm. But you mentioned the height. Mm, this is still it's like a sketch, a thumbnail, just a little bit more defined than. I mean, this is just a rough the idea. This is still. I mean, you already worked on some details, and that's indication that already too far. If you say you're still not happy with composition, you shouldn't have these details already. Maybe you got bored and think like, oh, maybe you tried to start painting it out, but you're still not happy. Yeah, I can try put something to practice on the Discord. Um, I don't know if you cut too much of the free space or maybe, and it's this character you say like the Pegasus and this figure at the bottom is the main subjects or of focus, but he's still not. He's like squeezed in between these two figures. That's a bit. It feels a bit strange. That's maybe. This looks like a statue bust or something that's out of marble stone or something. It's currently the darkest part. It's also almost like distracting too much. Mm. I'm just thinking, I don't know if it's would be possible to, if it's portray, if that would make a difference, then how you would put what composition you would could come up with if it's vertical. Maybe even more focus on the scale and the height of, I don't know if that's what you mean, what you meant by like this Pegasus really like from the top, like in the front and on the top, like looking down. It's kind of hard to say, but it's kind of difficult to put that in a landscape format. But it should work. It's just a question, maybe position them differently, and I think it's mostly about also the shape. The most of the pictures is covered from this, and I have these columns, and it's all bright and hmm. Also the perspective is a bit off, a bit weird from the the building, the columns, and then this figure kind of works, and it's better than in the thumbnail that you had previously. It's all a bit cramped up, so everything is there covering the whole. Could everything could be a bit smaller, maybe? I don't know. Also, if you look at it too long and then just switching the mirror, the painting can help a lot to spot something you think, then suddenly it pops up that like this whole area, the left side of the Pegasus is kind of not needed. It's there's not too much going on this side, so this this could be slightly more to the left. So he's really squeezed into this, and with this wing, you're kind of struggling how to. And just from my my own experience, it's really hard to how to put a dragon or just wings of. In this case, the Pegasus. It's really hard how to decide how to what angle and kind of figure out the perspective from the whole thing. And I don't know, just showing one thumbnail and then you go further. But have you tried other thumbnails? You should have done like 10 or 20 different from the same thing. If you go this technique workflow doing thumbnails, you should do thumbnails, not only one. Do try out different stuff, because now it's just you have one idea, you painted this, and then maybe you changed something a bit, or you have this idea and then you go farther. You don't give yourself room to play, try out different things. Is that, or did you other thumbnails besides that one? Just trying, like, it's hard to critique something that's really rough and not kind of not really working. How to how to improve it, and how to give suggestions if you should, like, in this case. Yes, there were other two, but one person liked this angle. You mean another person? Not you. Is this for? And at the end, yeah, it's not exactly an easy scene to put in space. Like figure out the perspective is maybe the most important thing. Maybe vertical, it could give other possibilities to really go extreme. And like the perspective from this building and these columns, then they could be more a top view downwards, and then you would have different lines that you have this. You want to have the Pegasus on the height and looking down, and then that's just why I think maybe vertical could work, and and landscape this cinematic format. It's maybe you need different approaches, different angles. Maybe it could even be the other way around. You have this, like the camera is somewhere down here and looking up, and you see this guy in front of you, and up high up there's Pegasus, and then you I don't know if that would be a completely turn around things. Sometimes can really make tell a different story, or maybe yeah, but maybe yeah, just creating more like the negative space between them, making bigger. You don't need to see the whole Pegasus. I mean, you don't need to paint the whole thing. That's a big pro. Just need to see one wing and his head looking down. Yeah, that's it's really hard to say and explain this kind of things, because there's so many possibilities. And yeah, for me it's just he's just really squeezed there. Just maybe make a bit more room between that. And it's also unlucky that this wing, how it's in my view, like kind of in my face, in the center, and overlaps this column here, this lightning, this shape. And it's not really visible what's going on your thumbnail. It's only just rough placement. I think this figure, it's almost okay. I mean, it could be even more cut off. And this Pegasus more maybe even looking downward. Yeah, wings are always tough to yeah, this tattoo here, this figure, is it just try to have something in composition, or does it have a really story? It almost looks like is real. Hmm. I mean, yeah. Overall, I think it's not bad. It's just needs more work on maybe, yeah, how where you place them. And it's not exactly easy. It's not really easy. Also to figure out the perspective, and then the perspective of the Pegasus with the wings. It's so tough. Also kind of hard to say what you have in mind, what the goal is. Kind of find out for me what to really it is to say or to have improve, because it's still so rough and has a lot of problems, obviously. See this whole right part, or this, yeah, that's unnecessarily. We would need a lot of work, also detail the Pegasus. You could maybe save a lot of work, and you just need the head part of the body, maybe one wing. But figuring out the shapes and perspective of this is really hard. You almost like it's almost like you could try block it out in 3D, like in Blender, if you know basic 3D. Could be maybe a thing. I don't know how comfortable you be, but maybe just to figure out the view and perspective, just build a simple scene with some cubes and columns and cylinders. So maybe some pre-made 3D stuff, so can really make it a lot easier to figure out when you're not comfortable with the perspective, and that's a lot of concept artists use this technique to just block out and then use this as a guide, or like also like so simple it doesn't even have lightning, just or simple, really black and white, and then to figure out the composition and general perspective and view, and then use this as a guide and paint over, use these like guidelines. Also, like could even build a simple Pegasus out of cylinders, and then you can quickly position it and change camera, and you don't need to build a 3D scene detailed and lightning and everything. It's just to have a simple way to have good perspective. That's correct, and then use this to paint over it in black and white, even, or color. But that's up to you to, I don't know, to decide how far you want to go, or really get into it. It's sometimes a lot easier than sketching and painting from imagination. If you don't have to, yeah, you don't. Sometimes you don't have the time to. If you consider doing commission or professional work, you can't spend too much time on things you could make a lot easier. There's no need, or it's often question of time and money. and then you still have to paint it. So why spend hours and hours figuring out the perspective and composition if you can have tools? That's why a lot of people consider using 3D just as a, not for going really detailed renderings, so just a simple guidelines to. And if you're good enough, you can also use your imagination and use simple perspective rulers to sketch out the scene. It needs some skills and practice and experience. And if you want to go for it, it's just a lot of practice and hard work to and do a lot of this stuff, and then it can also become more natural and easier to sketch out quick thumbnails with by hand, and maybe make some thumbnails by hand so you have an idea, and then use 3D to really figure out perspective. And yeah, the values are kind of hard to say. It's not really not that much worked out. So there's all this white. This is one value. It's kind of really big shape. And since I don't know how far you already, looks still like you just started. And maybe if this Pegasus, yeah, the wings and all, if you paint it out more, maybe it works. But I think it's just too much white. You need to like focus on let's say like this area is maybe the brightest part, maybe even in the whole painting. So just tone this everything else down a little. Just trying to show it's mostly also this wing that's is really tough. But the lightning and values, how you like keep it really special in some areas, really have highlights and then really bright. But yeah, I tell this a lot to people who like show me their work. It's often just little things that use them really sparingly throughout the painting, really carefully with white, also black, and then maybe just one tone or one value too much, and a painting that I think like the values and contrast, they really start working and breathing because of little variance in the lightning. It's often if you observe or if you in nature, it's also, I mean, mostly it's the sun that's the brightest, and we don't even have the range to make this work or to translate it to traditional or digital painting. We don't have the range to make really the brightest in nature to the darkest. That's why photos are never real. And sorry, HDR is even like surreal. There's no real lightning shadow. There's other a much larger range, but it's kind of different. And you always have to limit just the range you have. And from darkest to the brightest. And then in that range, you kind of try to work with that so you have enough contrasts in the right spots, so to make it readable, to make it even dramatic or something in the lightning. But there's so much more, like you have soft hard edges, you have lost edges, you have a difference in contrast that maybe in real, if it would be a real lighted scene, wouldn't work or wouldn't be. But in paintings you always can, like, okay, make this wing dark or make it light, and both can work. But if you build this in 3D and lighten it out, you maybe need to put something like a shadow that casts a shadow on something so it gets darker. So you have to use some tricks at the end, and just like this wing compared to the value, the lightning on this column could be like a thing. For example, consider making this a little darker, just contrast. And it's completely something different, and it doesn't even matter if it's correct or not. It sometimes just as an example. And it's after maybe thumbnail stage where you lay out things and maybe already possible to consider this stuff already there somehow, or maybe leave it open and figure it out later. So then really going, okay, how this overlaps and stuff, how can you fine tune it? Make it better and better. It's sometimes it's hard to say in the stage you have, like, is it working or not? Maybe it needs just, yeah, make this a little smaller or move it. And having layers can really help, to have the background on a layer, this Pegasus on a layer, this figure on a layer, and then try to move it, and at one point even merge it to one layer if you paint it out at the end. But so you can like make it darker behind the horse and behind the Pegasus easily. You don't have to paint like around it. That's like in traditional, you have to. You're much more bound to these limits. And digital, it's like can use all these tools to help you. Sometimes I also can cut it out and then create a new layer with it, and split it up. If you have it on one layer, can also. Maybe this should be now darker in the background. I mean, I don't know if it should be, but sometimes yeah, it's a lot about these things to figure out and then try out different options, or and that in a stage where you still can, yeah, it's almost like thumbnailing still. And at the end you might even start from scratch and use this as in the background and paint over like more really detailed, and use this as a sketch, or you can go on and paint more and more, figure it out, details. Yeah, that's so far. That's it for me. Yeah, it's always good if you have them on different layers and can. And something more. You don't need this whole part. It's like is on the third of the. Already think it works a bit better. So who is who would be next? We have another design sunset. We have this guy again. Some nice clouds we have here. And this is, I don't know quite what it is. Yeah, thank you, Winsaber, for posting your whip. It's a beachside, yeah, it kind of looks like beachside. I think Soto is not here, and got this one. Design Sunset is he still here? With this cool painting. I think Design Sunset is not here anymore. Mhm. So, who's here next? Who would be like Arthur or Shindig? King Arthur the first. Hmm? Okay. Yeah, we're cool. Looks great so far. This is your laptop is dead. Uh, how the colors look and how the shapes. Also for context, I might be planning to add some vibrant green. Yeah, I mean you could add some, add some landscape. It has nice touch from the perspective and the lightning. Colors are nice. You have here some like perspective, the different layers of clouds, and you see the bottom. So really nice. Good work. Yeah, as I think as I also mentioned earlier, the painting before, could try add a little variation to the lightning, the highlights. Like from top to bottom, or from like the ones more in the back or left side, just add a little variance in the shade, in the white. Currently it's just white and this gray bluish. I mean, it could help adding even more like volume or atmospheric perspective, or a bit of like variance in the shade. I could even like add an overlay and try to, I don't know if you have the clouds on one layer. It's always at some point you can't really change it easily, so that's why I also kind of like some workflows, like, yeah, the one in my tutorial is kind of this way where you like have the shadow of the cloud like transparent first, and then you add a new layer, and you can manipulate the highlights apart from the other. So I can also lock the transparency of the whites, and then just use a brush to change it in some areas. Now it's kind of hard to do it like this. With darker color. It's just a layer mode that adds the color that is darker than what's on the canvas. Can be in effect an easy tool to, in this case, just change the whites. Yeah, it's the same white everywhere, then that's really kind of standard like a feedback that really helps a lot in realizing you it's just that, like the dynamic of a color or like this white, if it's the same all over the place, I mean, it looks good, it looks correct, or looks like clouds everywhere. But it can add so much to this, like a little variance in, and you can see that in a lot of artworks from especially old masters in portraits or landscapes. You just have to it's something like it doesn't, you don't really see it or recognize it if you don't look for it. It's something can be really subtle, but really help a lot in the that there's a range from like if you look at a clouds in the sky, you often see that, and you can observe like there's some cloud and some part in the sky that really bright and really the brightest spot, and just maybe a little bit farther there's a cloud, and if you just look at it you think also, oh, this is also really bright, and the light the highlight, and but if you compare it with the other it's a lot darker, and it's also maybe the sky around it is darker, so you you see it as it's all this whole range. If you look at a small part in the sky, you don't really see it unless until you compare it with another cloud in the sky. It's relative. And yeah, so in some cases, if you have yeah, I mean, if you just paint it by hand, it can be a tedious task to manage this. Like in traditional painting, there's not much you can. I mean, you can use layering, like techniques to achieve this easily. Like you add some gradient before, and then paint the sky blue. It's almost like a layer behind, and or use like in oils, like really small pigment layer glazing. It's kind of hard to do, yeah. There's different techniques to achieve it. Digital can be really easy to, if you have certain things on different layers or transparent, so you can paint behind it and make these things easier. And I really like to keep it non-destructive, and have different layers for clouds, so I can still fine tune or add some colors. It can be really tricky and doesn't always work out. And sometimes just painting a sky on one layer, if you really know what to do and how to do it, it can also work out. And then have different. I mean, there's even it's possible to have different colors in the clouds. And some are really like yellow or just dark. There's no real lightning. And some are really bright and shiny. Well, yeah, I think this is really a nice effort. You have some nice shapes and smaller puffs and fluffy clouds. And they're getting bigger. This gives a nice perspective feeling. And I would just try, yeah, try to make even more like have some larger. I mean, this fractal kind of thing is already there. There's some yeah, lightning. It's just a normal, natural sky and clouds. So yeah, I would go try many. I mean, you can continue on this and then make could be even more like having more layers in the back and the landscape. But yeah, really also study clouds, look at the sky, look at photos. It's always a good, nice inspiration. But try to come up with different variations of clouds, combine different clouds. I think you have, yeah, it's a lot of potential to maybe try some really dramatic, where there's really dark clouds and bright clouds, and I think that's can kind of simulate that with MS Paint, but a bit difficult to manage because I need so many colors. It's almost it's like a pixel art. Less than 20 colors. Yeah, you can change every color, but you can't change the. I mean, you can make a mask of the white and then. Yeah, if you limit it by colors, you maybe. I mean, you can still can simulate this. I think at this stage, like the way I work sometimes or many times with clouds is to have them like trying to figure out what the contrasts and are and the composition and all. It can be really tough and tricky. So I try to keep it as simple as possible and get it working with as few as possible. And as soon as you start really detailing and painting and kind of try to make gradients over many clouds, and it can really be a tedious task to manage this. And in traditional or digital, it doesn't matter. So I try to find a way to maybe use layers and layer them and keep some certain colors on a layer so I can easily shade them, give some variance in color shading, which sometimes really can make a huge difference then, and add some cool effects or moods or dramatic to the scene, like making like shadowing the top parts of the clouds or and at the end there's no real, yeah, right or wrong way. It's just how do you get there. Yeah, it's just a matter of your experience when doing this stuff a lot and experiment, and then you find new ways of doing it, combine stuff, and sometimes it's just really easy and you don't need to paint a lot. Sometimes you make really detailed and complex clouds. It takes a lot of time. And also a lot of possibility to screw it up. But it's good the way you have, like, it's consistent, it's nice, all painted. Doesn't need more. It doesn't need much. You can still maybe change some of the shadow or the highlights in some areas already. It's already good. And it's easier to just paint them consistently throughout, and then later use techniques to add some variance to some clouds to make it more interesting. And this process can be a lot easier and yeah, less hassle to paint all by hand. That's the big thing about digital. Can make a lot of things easier. Like having already have a gradient from the beginning or adding it at the end is just a matter of what works better, or in this case and that you know what you're doing and why, and then it's can become really easy. Also, I have some clouds here in the back. It's nice. They're almost like facing upwards. It's, it's really cool. I like them. We have the opposite. Lighter color. It's many times. It's thinking about atmospheric depth. Like the farther away, the less contrast you have. A simple rule. I mean, it doesn't change that much, but still, I think just a little bit. always the farther away, the more atmosphere, the less the black gets brighter, the contrast is less, colors are less. Always try, even if it's just little, can make a big difference. Something that's darker, the shadow of the clouds are closer. And sometimes you don't even see it in nature, or you think about it, it just looks correct and real. And if you have to paint it, you often forget about it. Or it in nature, if you study it, it doesn't look darker, but or brighter than. But if you compare, yeah. Also this cloud here. I think at this step it's just adding something, make it more interesting. Just have to only highlight somewhere and the rest is darker. Something like this. Okay, cool. Have something to add or ask? Question? I have this fun painting, maybe the last one. I think Design Sunset is maybe gone asleep. No. So let's find out what's this painting about. There's a beach setting. What is this color? Is this the water? Funny, I also made a painting for commission RPG that's like from the top view, from the top. The face in the rubble, in the sand. I don't know what's this green. But this is the water. This looks like it's the watercolor brush. And you used some layers with like an emboss effect. I don't see much of brush. It's like more like a texture. They repeat. No? Some kind of textured. Ah. With a 3D effect. Yeah. Yeah, you can make funny, cool stuff with like effect brushes and simple stuff. Then I add some like shadow to these posts. There's even a ball. Or yeah. It isn't really a ball, it looks like beveled. But maybe it's a ball, should be a ball. But this colored thing, it looks weird to me. Is it this? This is the water, I guess. Yeah, how can you be sure of the scaling? You don't have anything else really to tell. So the towels are the scaling. It's like this is 2 meters. Yeah, in the surfboard. And yeah, of course there could be a lot bigger, and this part is, these are rocks, and the fishing poles. Yeah. But the lighting, the shadow is a different angle than this one and this one. There's something wrong with the direction of the shadows. Yeah, on this side. Yeah, I think you could make it a lot more interesting, just how you place them. Maybe yeah, make them a lot bigger. Could you could cut them off, like you cut this. All this open area is uninteresting. Like sometimes just cutting stuff is. Yeah, that's That's for sure. Something like it doesn't give anything, doesn't add much to the whole thing. But yeah, it's at least you seem to know or see it or understand it. It's often it's hard to in the yeah when you start out, and beginners often they just paint something, put it in the middle, and it's maybe even painted nice, and they're proud, and but there's so much more potential in how you put something on the paper. Is it in a special way? Is it cut off? Even you don't have to. You know, it's like these photographs that everyone makes, and like the main subject focus is just in the middle, and maybe even like really far away and tiny, and but it's in the center. That's the most simple. It's really really boring, uninteresting. Versus, yeah, you have it like in a certain way at the corner or cut off, and dynamic perspective, and that's why photographers go down on their knees and like find the right angle. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, if it's something it's cut off, it doesn't has to be, yeah, with it has to be thought out and to make it work, but it's really thinking of this whole big format, and how can you use it, and how, what is important, what is not. And often it's just sticking things on it, and sometimes it's not working because you don't need to always see the whole thing. It's maybe, yeah, but that's cool. And digital painting is always gives you a lot of freedom to play around and cut things and move things around, which you can't do in traditional. But when I did the art school, we played a lot with like collages and like almost like a photo bashing technique, but traditional, just in cutting out things out of magazines, and mostly it was about just creating compositions and interesting images. We also worked a lot with just cutting out colored papers, make many different shapes, put them on a paper, and play around with the space you have. It's all about this rectangular space that everybody's afraid of. Uh, there's a lot about, yeah, composition is a lot about how to divide the canvas into positive, negative space and tensions between shapes. And that's sometimes working a lot better if can work a lot more interesting if things are cut and even just in a certain way on a certain location on a, relative to the whole format. Something like this is a lot more, even though I don't see as much, I don't need to see the whole thing. It's maybe just part of it is enough and a few tolls. And already creates a more interesting composition or setting than and I don't know what else to say. I just have fun with I mean I like this kind of style. I had a lot of work I did for some games where just painted color maps, like the top view from landscapes. It's almost like pixel art, and we're only on 256 or 1024 pixels at max. And also like really go into pixels and make little details and shadows and could even make like an animation out of it, so, like this ball. Yeah, overall I think colors, I don't know, this water, I would love to see this like blue. I don't know why it's like rainbow. But anyway, how things are placed is maybe could be more interesting. Like every element has to be like really considered where it's placed, how big it is, what shape, and this looks like more like, oh, I'll place something here, let's place something here, here, and here, and I don't know if there's like more stuff, would be more stuff in these areas. It's maybe a different thing, but I always try to think of how can you maximize the place and then the space you have. And then it's a lot about how you put focus on something, or about contrasts. And yeah, I think it's fun painting or whatever. And I have no clue what it's about, or why you did it, and that's okay. It's just fun. It's important that you have fun and use the tools and experiment. I don't know what else you did, or what's your style, and how much experience you have. So yeah, but that's cool. It's important to experiment, and because digital is not exactly easy to learn all the different tools and how you can use them. But in traditional media, it's the same. It's how to use different brushes to achieve certain stuff, certain results. And it takes time to find your comfort, and yeah, whatever your goal is, and style, or what you love. It's most important thing is to have fun. And maybe it's pixel art is your thing. I don't know. Doing really cute little paintings from top view. Why not? And you mentioned you drew traditionally, and now into getting into digital art. Digital is such a different medium than traditional, but still the same rules apply to whatever composition, contrasts, how you stage something, colors, and lightning. It's at the end, it's all about the same. It's just the tool and the techniques, and what you can do is completely different. And I just enjoy freedom and have fun, the freedom of painting. And I try to use as much as I can, like anything, overlays with filters and stuff, and different modes to and another day I enjoy really just painting on one layer with one brush, and just like traditional, like I would paint traditionally. And it's always good to try out many different things to gain experience more, and have ideas how you can achieve some certain effects, or it's just yeah, a fun part. But it's also easy to get lost into in this digital world and tools, and then this 3D stuff, and yeah, you can have a lot of more freedom to do stuff and change stuff, but that can also be dangerous to get lost really easy, and you have to limit yourself to something. Put the frame and work within that frame. That's also something very important, even in traditional and or digital. But the tools can be so powerful, and yeah, I always say that, like, oh, I'm not the only one who say, like, it's really easy to get lose your focus on what you really want and what you have to work on, because it's so easy to, like, just use a couple brushes, and then if your goal is to really improve and improve your painting skills, it can be really hard to make progress if you're not focused on the real things, and but if you master them and know all the basics and fundamentals, you then still can play with certain brushes and effects, and then it's a lot easier to just use them where needed. But everybody's different. Everybody has a different style or goal, and okay. I think that's it for today or tonight. I would have loved to review one or the other, but maybe we can have them next time when I do a art review stream. Maybe then we can review the ones that weren't here today. Yeah, thank you so much for joining. As I said, it's yeah, everything I say, it's my opinion, and taken with a grain of salt. It's nothing personal or anything. We all trying to learn, and giving feedback and ideas and thoughts can really help a lot. It's just tiny little things sometimes. And yeah, if you have more questions, you can always try ask in my Discord. There's also other helpful, friendly, awesome people, other artists that will give feedback or try and maybe learn some other people, learn other artists, and that's why I created this server. And it's not always very active, but if you come in, you post something, ask something, there's always someone trying to respond, give feedback. When I see it and I have time, I also do it. And yeah, that's it for me. I will go off, and maybe another time I will have. I'm on vacations now for 3 weeks, and in that time I have to do a lot of work, so I'm not sure if I'm streaming. I'm sure maybe one or the other day I'm maybe even a review stream, I don't know. Or maybe just when I'm painting on some artworks. But I always like to paint without talking, because yeah, when I try to focus, and maybe one day I can maybe make more like an explaining stream or a tutorial stream, that like I show some stuff I'm thinking about. And it's always hard to speak and think and paint at the same time. So kind of, for me it's rough. So yeah, thank you, and see you next time. Have a great night or evening. No problem, thanks for joining. Bye bye. I will post Discord server again. Maybe someone wants to join. Okay, see you. Bye bye.